Hello, everyone, and welcome to this first Zoom video conference meeting of the Steering Committee for Vegan Collective Intelligence. And we'll create the context a little more properly in a couple of minutes or so. And I just wanted to give everyone an opportunity to say hello first. Let's start with Anne and Marvin, who are not on video. Everyone else is. So let's demystify Anne and Marvin. Go ahead, and Anne, followed by Marvin. Say whatever you'd like to say.
Okay, I'm Anne Mitchell. I have been vegan for 6 years, vegetarian since 1992. Found Climate Healers a little more than a year ago, but was unable to make the first conference, but was able to make the one the end of October 2019, and was ecstatic to meet people, so many people who were in the same place and thinking the same kinds of things. And I am extremely happy to be on the steering committee and want to get to work on all of the issues that we've been talking about and just really want to do the work. So thank you.
Great. Thank you, Anne. Marvin Brown, and I'm here in Phoenix, Arizona. And I've been with climate change for a couple of years now with Shailesh. We had, with my wife, vegan church called Souls Unfolding. And we're glad to move on and keep the movement moving.
Beautiful. Thank you, Marvin.
Great.
All righty. Let's let the rest of us go around the room. Maybe ladies first. Start with Carrie and Suzanne.
Hello, I'm Carrie Hall from Prescott, Arizona, and I'm with Northern Arizona Climate Change, and that's how I stumbled upon Dr. Shailesh Rao, who was one of the guest speakers here in Prescott and Cottonwood. And then my husband and I went to the conference recently, and so I'm on this call because we're interested in working on work groups, and I'm trying to figure out how it all works. So I'm kind of just here to see how the strategic planning is going behind the whole concept of the work group. So I'm here just to listen, and I will also give input if I have any.
Wonderful, Carrie. Thank you so much. All right, and Suzanne?
Hi, everyone. I'm Suzanne King. I am Benjamin's partner. Benjamin went to the Vegan World 2026 conference and is on this task force, and I'm kind of joining on as well, if I may. And we are in Camas, Washington. We've been vegan for 4.5 years now, and are really excited to join the collective intelligence focus on veganism and see where it goes.
Beautiful, beautiful. Welcome, Suzanne. Thank you so much for being here. And yes, you may. All right. And Benjamin, great to see you.
Yeah, I'm Benjamin. I'm Suzanne's partner. Yeah, I just was incredibly inspired by all the people I met at the Climate Healers Conference, the Vegan World 2026. There was just so much positive energy going towards the same goal. I couldn't help but feel like I had to be involved in whatever capacity that I could. And it's led me to, at first it led me to sitting down at a table next to Jamin, where, he taught me about collective intelligence, or putting the words to collective intelligence in a way that I'd never heard before, and inspired me to be involved here in this particular section of it. And yeah, I'm just really grateful to be here.
And Deborah made it.
Deborah, welcome. Welcome.
Hi, sorry I'm late. My phone was just blowing up over the last hour, so I'm sorry.
No problem. Well, Mercury is retrograde, so that's par for the course. We had a technical failure earlier today as well. But anyway,
Okay.
so glad you're here. You want to give us just a quick little intro to yourself?
Sure. Is this the why you're here question?
Yeah, just who are you? Why are you here?
Okay. My name is Deborah Grenard. I am Deborah Grenard, and I am here because I've been various forms of vegetarian, raw, vegan since 1990, and I don't remember, it was like around at least 2012 when I went all the way vegan, and you know, and I've spent a lot of time being a live and let live kind of attitude about things, and it's just been increasing over the years of that when I'm saying live and let live, it's more of a live and let die, and not really speaking the truth about what's happening, and you know, and how we really need to help each other to come into I think a more responsibility, collective responsibility for what is happening in our world and what we're doing. So I have an incredible amount of passion about that. I've been working as a spiritual healing practitioner for the last 20-something years, and one of my people that I, you know, friends with is a person who is involved in human design. I don't know if you know human design, but it's a, you know, thing that it's a kind of an astrological astrology, Eastern Western astrology, and the Hindu 9 chakra system, and the Chinese I Ching, and you know, and all of this stuff. And has been a saying she's been saying for years, also a vegan. She's been saying for years that, you know, in the year of 2027, that there's astrologically a movement that's happening where, you know, in the I Ching, where the gates are separating and the relationship between human and animals is breaking apart, and there will no longer be the relationship that we currently have with animals. We will no longer have this interdependence with them. We will no longer be in a place to eat them or to use them in the way that we have been. Like, that is going away by the year 2027. So when I've been hearing that for years and thinking, okay, how is that going to happen? How are we going to get there? You know, what's this going to look like? And when I heard Silesh speak just last summer at a vegan fest in Houston, and he said Vegan World 2026, and like he's getting people together and we're talking about this and how this is going to happen and all of this kind of stuff, I just jumped out of my chair and raised my hand and said, okay, I'm in. Plug me in somewhere, whatever I do, I'm there. So I like to see a plan, you know, even though I've been in woo-woo world for a long time, I really like a on the ground, all right, how are we going to get there from here kind of plan. So this is awesome to be a part of this and actually start to put the breadcrumbs along the trail. So happy to be a part. Thank you.
Beautiful. Thank you, Deborah. All right. And I'd like to introduce my two of my colleagues here within Radical Collective Intelligence. We have Evan Strait and Nolan Strait. Please introduce yourselves.
I'm Nolan. I reconnected with Jamin a few months ago. We had met a couple years back, but it all took off pretty recently, and this is my life now, pushing for collective intelligence. At this point, I really don't see there being anything else to do until it happens. Maybe somebody else is making it happen, but I kind of have this strange feeling. But very hopeful, super excited in how things have advanced and progressed. Recently, it's been really picking up pace, and the thoughts, the ideas are flowing. Everything's been crystallizing in our collective mind pretty strongly. So very, very promising stuff. Veganism is a new thing to my mental space, at least in terms of heavy consideration. But it's been making an impact on me pretty strongly recently, and I'm realizing that it's not something to put off or ignore. So yeah, glad to be here, glad to be connecting with you guys, and excited to see where the meeting goes.
Beautiful. Thank you, Nolan.
Yeah, thanks. I feel like Nolan has already done a lot of work for me. We're very close in age, and we're brothers, and so our lives have been very similar. So very similar things that brought us here. We're here for very similar reasons. And I'm just eager to be here to see what a vegan world can look like. I just really want to see that, like what what Deborah is talking about with we're going to get to 2027 and have a whole new relationship with animals. Just based off of some of my experiences in this state of collective, intelligent calm, essentially, like where we use all of our communal powers of compassion and love to bring us into this space where we are really centered in what Dharmendra was calling essence, I think. It's a little slippery and hard to grasp. So, but yeah, and then my experiences around nature and experiencing just the beauty of animals, it gives me so much hope for humanity, you know, the one that got out, you know.
That separated from
yeah. Like the dog that got the dog. Yeah, okay.
Beautiful. Thank you, Evan. Marvin, I just want to request that you please mute your microphone when you're not talking so we don't get the background noise. That's a blanket request for everyone. And
Can I just say hi?
Oh, yeah.
I've got to do something.
Here, I want to welcome also my partner, Melissa.
Hi, you guys and gals. Yeah. Gosh, you know, the other day I was at the Seattle Center for a workshop on social justice, and there was this awesome group. There are 4 of them: Native American, African American, Caucasian, and Latinx. They had black blindfolds on, and they were holding up computer screens showing animals being tortured and slaughtered. And it was so powerful to see that. And they were so courageous. And people are walking by eating their hot dogs and their burgers and stuff. And just, yeah, really powerful. And then the other day, Jamin and I were in the grocery store, and you know, sometimes you have to go through the meat section. And I'm just like, it makes me physically ill, you know, to go through the meat section now, and has done. It just gets progressively stronger, that feeling. Yeah, so I'm keep passing that message to everyone around me and people I meet about how can we become more compassionate on this planet. And I just tell them my story, and I find that that really is a really delicious way of helping others make other choices. So I just wanted to share that. I'll come and join you again in a minute. I'm just, Jamin and I are giving a presentation tonight on art and climate change at 5:30 at WICA, which is Whidbey Island Art Center. So I just have a few things to do for that. And then I'll come back but I can hear all the beautiful contributions that you are making anyway, so.
Thank you, sweetheart. And I also want to welcome Nancy and Sonia, who have just joined by phone. So welcome. And
hi, thank you. Nancy here.
Sonia.
All righty. Nancy, do you want to give a quick intro, followed by Sonia?
It'll be quick because I'm driving. I live in Baltimore. I've been vegan a little over 5 years, very passionate. Just a massive internal overhaul in becoming vegan, and it's absolutely wonderful, joyous, very loving, kind way to live. And I learned an encyclopedia's worth of information. Just been researching and very excited I came across Silas Rao, probably on Facebook, or actually through Will Tuttle. That's right, he had mentioned him. And I was at the World Vegan last year, and honestly, coming back this year really inspired me to join these groups and to be more active in them. And it's just such a phenomenal group of people. Everyone I met was just amazing, and so I feel very fortunate and grateful to be here.
Beautiful. So happy you're here, Nancy. Thank you. Alrighty. And drive safe. And Sonia, welcome.
Hi, everyone. This is Sonia from Florida. We have a storm here, so I'm trying to escape the storm, but I don't think it's going to happen. Well, I have been vegan for more than 10 years. I started for health reasons. Actually, for my former partner had really bad health issues, and I was looking for a way to help him, and we started with veganism. And over the course of the years, I began to develop this feeling of compassion. And now it's a matter of loving all the species. It's not just for health reasons. It became a total spiritual life for me. So I really want to share that. And of course, I understand going to a supermarket and see the meat section. Oh, it's so painful. And listening to my friends that say, oh, I'm always going to be a big carnivore. I say, oh my God, you have no idea how my heart feels about it. So I am happy to be with you guys.
Wonderful, Sonia. Thank you. And I think we've covered everyone introduction-wise. What an amazing group. What a beautiful, compassionate group. So thank you all for being here. And now just consider, each of us has expressed where we're coming from as individuals. Now let's consider where we're coming from as a group, as a whole, as a collective. And this gets to the essence of collective intelligence. I just want to ask everyone, even the people who are dialing in by phone, when you're not talking, please mute your microphones. We are recording so that we can share this with the rest of the group. And as the group grows and evolves, we'll be able to, we'll have this whole history. That in turn is another part of collective intelligence, recording and in fact transcription, which we're going to be doing as an ongoing thing. We're still in the process of mastering that, but we'll get there very soon. And then we'll have all this data in the form of transcripts that people can search through and find where certain questions have been brought up and addressed and answered and discussed, etc. And we're going to increasingly find better and better ways of organizing all that information so that it can be tracked and evolved as a set of information across all the different topic groups. So I'd like to talk a little bit more about collective intelligence and make it a bit of a discussion. What are we setting out to achieve here by applying collective intelligence to veganism, to the vegan movement? And then I'd also like to look at the agenda items that I had sent out last night. And by the way, we don't have to address all these agenda items today. I at least wanted to acknowledge them. And I'll just read through quickly. We've got rules of order, name and governance of our group, kind of rules for operating our group. Who do we let in and whatnot. Creating a Facebook group, and also getting us up on Basecamp in a more formal way. And then the taxonomy of topics that we made a pretty good list of when we were in person. Other topics that I was hoping we wouldn't cover today, just because for time for this first meeting, One is spam and trolls. I think we can deal with that. And then another one is information and security and membership. We've covered the membership part. The information security, I think we can best address at a later time. And I also got some input from Dory, who couldn't make it today. And so I can read through that at the appropriate time. But I first wanted to talk about collective intelligence, and wanted to just, for us to share, what that means to us, bringing collective intelligence to veganism. At the Vegan World Conference, we identified that there's so many burning questions that need to be answered and need to be discussed and developed. And there are so many objectives that we have, like transforming governance and politics around veganism and around the meat industry, notably government subsidies of the meat industry. I mean, that's just one example. So many of these topics and objectives came up: culture change around veganism, veganism and climate change. We'll go through the list, but the idea is that there are many of us who are passionate about various different topics. Why don't we come together and form what I'll just call topic groups? Right, so a topic group can span a group of topics that's more or less clustered around the same basic idea, like politics and governance, for example, like cultural transformation, for instance. So we'll go through those. And but one key question I want us to noodle on is, how do we go about developing communities around each topic group, right? How do we get the word out among the vegan community? In fact, that's actually one of the topics. Let me just read through the topic groups just for starters that we came up with so far, just when we were at the Vegan World Conference. So in no particular order, we have ethics and animal rights. That's one topic group. Another is social, economic, and racial justice around veganism. Another is political transformation around veganism. Another is cultural and spiritual transformation. Another is vegan nutrition, health, and success stories, of which we have a number just within our group. Climate change and veganism. Wildlife conservation. Education about veganism. Narrative and mythology. What is our narrative? What is our story, right? Another is a broad topic called Foundations for a Vegan World, which include codes for a healthy earth. Another is media outreach, telling our story. Another is outreach to the myriad vegan organizations that already exist, and inviting leaders and members of these organizations to join our vegan collective intelligence. I mean, it's certainly, thank you, it's certainly not an exclusive thing, what we're doing. Quite the contrary. And the vegan collective intelligence itself, what I abbreviate VCI, what mix of media shall we use? Like, we're using Zoom, we're doing transcription, we might create a Wikipedia of veganism, create discussion forums, asynchronous text-based discussion forums to complement these Zoom conferences, a vegan social network, et cetera, right? All this, we need to figure out, what do we mean by a vegan collective intelligence? And then beyond veganism, just imagine that there's all these different collective intelligence. We're deeply involved in a collective intelligence around SRM, which stands for Solar Radiation Management, a way of cooling the planet. Actually, the only way of cooling the planet in a very quick way, which is what we need to do. Now, so imagine you got veganism, SRM, and all these other major topic groups, right? And collective intelligence is forming around these different kind of clusters of topics. Now imagine that we form a sort of United Nations of these major issues and major solution areas, right? And we kind of got together, someone representing SRM, someone representing veganism, someone representing a transformation in our global economy, another one representing a transformation in our entire set of living arrangements, right, et cetera, et cetera. Others representing cultural and spiritual transformation, all these different solution areas, and sort of convening like a United Nations of, you know, issues and solutions, shall we say. That way, veganism can integrate with, for lack of a better word, the rest of the revolution, right? And, you know, one thing that's interesting is that each part of the revolution sort of thinks it should be the leader, right? I mean, you know, we vegans were just like, woo, you know, we should lead, you know, because it's 87% of climate change, and it's at the heart and the beginning of, oh my goodness, I just remembered there's someone who I didn't get forward this to, so let me do that. Okay. Anyway, someone else please jump in as I'm a little bit busy just for a second.
Well, I'd just like to add, because Jamin was bringing up this idea of each of these different groups, these teams, these like action committees. It's like they kind of want to spearhead everything because they can see this vision for a future embedded within the vegan community or the SRM community. But I think what's really important is realizing that sometimes one group might be holding the baton, but it's the passing of the baton that wins the race, and that we're trying to use the collective intelligence to cycle ideas through and people through, and just optimizing the time it takes for an issue to come up and then a solution to be found and then implemented.
Yeah, beautiful. So anyway, so that got us through the list of the different topic groups, but this United Nations one I think is particularly juicy. But I would say let's maybe first focus on getting our house in order as the vegan collective intelligence. Fortunately, in parallel, we are also working on the SRM collective intelligence. So one sort of test study could be just merging these two together. Not merging, but, you know, connecting, right? Those two solution areas could not be more different, frankly. You know, one is very engineering sci-fi. The other one is very much heart, animal life, biology, you know, ethics, etc. And so anyway, but we can develop that further. But now I just wanted to list those, not that those are the only topic groupings, but just kind of the first set that we came up with when we were at the conference. Having gone through that, I kind of want to shut up for a minute and let other people talk, and let's just sort of talk about our vision for how we see this evolving, what we see it meaning, and how we see it, you know, looking like, and let's kind of dream into it a bit. You know, what is it we want to achieve with a vegan collective intelligence? How do we see this? How do we want to see this? How do we want it to evolve? Yeah, and just jump in. Mm-hmm. Yeah, go ahead.
It's kind of going off of what I think Evan was saying earlier. I see it as a way of answering, you know, last year, okay, so before I went to the conference, I looked up the website and kind of tried to get an idea of what was accomplished last year, what I was going to expect this year, and stumbling upon all the questions that were generated last year, all these extremely difficult questions, like what kind of jobs can these farmers expect to have once we take away these animals? those kind of really tough questions, I see this as almost like a computer, a human computer that we can run these questions through and really quickly come to solutions to these really difficult questions, just, brute forcing it with a bunch of people.
And our own connections, yeah.
Exactly. Yeah. On top of that, the connections that the computer is going to be able to make for us once these conversations are put into databases and whatnot. But yeah, I really see it as a way of answering the really difficult questions, generating the questions, giving a space where we can see some type of taxonomy within the issues and submit questions within where we think things fit in. And if they don't necessarily fit in where we think they do, it can be suggested that, no, actually, you should check out this area because that's more related to what you're thinking about. You just have to think about it this way, or that's just kind of an example. But that's kind of where I see this going as a collective intelligence, just a tool for us, the next tool for us to use to become, I like the word that you used, Jamin, solutionaries. This is our tool that we're going to be using. So that's kind of my perspective.
Beautiful. Thank you, Benjamin. Love it. And one thing I love about that is it takes such a holistic approach, especially as veganism kind of, connects, forms deep, rich connections across other issues and solution areas. Other clusters, as we're calling them, because everything is interconnected. It's not sections that are separate. They're clusters that are kind of, areas of focus, really. When we talk veganism, we're looking through the vegan lens. But what we're really saying is we need love and compassion and healing and a healthy world that can go on and on and on with all of its rich diversity. That's what we're really saying, but we're saying it through a particular lens. Likewise, the SRM, geeks, what we're really saying is the same exact thing. We're just saying it through the lens of engineering and technology and physics and heat and thermodynamics, right? Isn't that a beautiful idea that all of us solutionaries as a broader collective intelligence beyond veganism are really saying the same thing, right? We want a world that works, that's healthy, that's loving, right? Even well-intentioned carnivores, if such a thing can exist, right? Yeah. Join us, sweetheart.
There are these programs as well already being facilitated here in Washington State, because we have, the moratorium on logging at times, and what do you do with all the loggers, or on fishing, because we need to stop fishing king salmon to save the orca and the Salish Sea. So there are these programs that are being developed or already implemented in re-educating loggers and fishermen and fisherwomen to have jobs that are actually contributing to healing the planet and being part of the solution rather than part of the problem. So it's very feasible to do this.
Yeah, particularly as, go ahead. Mm-hmm.
Well, so all of this sounds really, really wonderful to me. And it's exactly what it is that I want to work on. And I'm wondering about things like strategic planning, project management, Six Sigma, and using some of those processes to help us really get organized in a way that we can see the work moving forward, pretty quickly. And so the steering committee, it seems to me, is that, or what I think about steering committees is that those are the groups that organize all of that. And I'm just wondering what other people think about such processes.
Oh, I have a quick comment right off the bat, which is when you speak of project management, so we're, as we talk about veganism and all these different solution areas, there's going to be myriad projects that come out of that. I would say rather than us as a steering committee, I just want to remind everybody to please mute your microphones when you're not talking so we don't get the feedback. I see our purpose as a steering committee of really setting the table for the different topic groups to come together and do their work and develop their projects within their groups, many of which we won't even know about, save for a brief summary here and there. And of course, anyone can participate in any topic group, so this isn't like an exclusivity thing in the slightest. But I just want to be clear that the way I see our job is organizing the whole of the collective intelligence, meaning creating or helping create and support and put the word out about all the different topic groups and enabling people to join those topic groups and then go to town, so to speak, within each topic group. Does that make sense to you, Ann?
That's very helpful.
Okay, great, awesome. All righty. More comments on the vision. Where are we going with this collective intelligence? More insights, more inspiration. Yeah, please.
This is Sonia. I will ask guys to say your name because I'm on the phone and I can't really see you, so I don't know who is talking. I want to contribute with an idea. I agree with the strategic planning, and I agree that the component of quality improvement is also basic and necessary for every program or initiative that we want to start. The vision I have, or the point I want to contribute with is we're going to be an authority, become a worldwide authority and repository of information. And I think that probably falls into what we consider collective. That's my contribution.
Beautiful. Love it. And this maps, I think, to this Wikipedia of veganism that I proposed as a possible structure. And in fact, we could get working groups working on each of these parts of the collective intelligence, right? Maybe a working group, a topic group on the Wikipedia of veganism, for instance.
Yeah. So I'm an art. This is Melissa. For those who can't see. I'm a visual artist, so of course I get pictures rather than words and data and all that. But one thing I think could be a really powerful tool to add to this platform, Collective Intelligence, is a map of sorts, where every time something that's beneficial for the planet, the animals, the plants, the sea, the humans, that somehow it gets visually represented on a map so it can grow like this healthy virus. I don't like the word virus, but this healthy something garden that's growing, and it can inspire people. Because like when I hear people go vegan, I get inspired. Like that encourages me to continue being vegan. Or when I see somebody doing some act of kindness towards life on the earth, doesn't that inspire you guys? Like you want to continue being a contributor, or if you're not already a contributor, you want to be a contributor, and then it becomes this sort of visual trend, people want to become part of. So I think that could be a really important component to add as a visual component to this platform.
Wow, love it. In fact, what comes to mind is some sort of like a mapping application that where you can, an interactive globe, and then anyone who's doing a vegan project anywhere, right, of any nature within veganism can just put it up on the map, and then people can find, whether it's a community garden, whether it's a Saturday cleanup, whether it's an education program, whatever. Even if you don't have a physical location, at least what city are you clustered around, and what's your link to your website or Facebook group or whatever you have, right? So great idea, sweetheart. All right.
Hi, this is Nancy.
Yes, Nancy.
I just want to quickly chime in. There's a lot. I've heard a lot of talk before about like, well, what are slaughterhouse workers going to do? What are the farmers going to do? We know that if we don't go vegan, we won't have a hospitable world to begin with. So that's there's that, you know. But also, one thing I've learned about farming was industrialized farming, which is essential for animal farming, has really pushed a lot of almost all the small farmers out of business. It became like get big or get out. So when we transitioned to a plant-based farming, farming would boom. And farmers even now are transitioning from animal farm to plant farming. There's actually quite a few that's already happening. The Rowdy Girl Sanctuary has a rancher advocacy program, and you can type into a Google search and see that. So the transitioning to a vegan society actually brings abundance and would bring jobs, and people wouldn't have to, you know, work in those horrible industries. That's all. Thanks.
Yeah, I'd just like to add, this is Ian, I'd just like to add to that, because the first vigil that I ever attended happened to be at a time that was at shift change for the slaughterhouse. And so we were on the exit of an expressway, and the trucks would come down the exit and have to turn left at a stop sign. And so they would have to be there for a few minutes. And I knew what to expect in terms of the pigs that we were going to see. But it also happened that there were a large number of slaughterhouse workers that were exiting at the same place, going to the slaughterhouse for the 3 p.m. shift. And when we kind of realized what was happening, we expected that they were going to be yelling and screaming at us about taking their jobs away and not caring about them. And the exact opposite happened. Numerous slaughterhouse workers stopped and said, "You would not believe how bad the conditions are for the pigs and the people who work there. And I can't get another job. I haven't been able to find another job in this location." And this was in rural Indiana. We need help to get out of this. This is not what we want to be doing. And this happened time after time. And a lot of the workers, this is, again, rural Indiana, a lot of the people that were coming through were people of color and people who did not speak English, certainly as their first language. And it just made it very real to me and to the other people that were there, how damaging and how violent animal agriculture is to people as well as to the animals. And so we actually had some conversation at the time about developing an employment outreach to try and help people find other employment. And it never went far enough. We never actually did anything about that. But I see that. I now see slaughterhouse workers as our allies. And I don't know, I find that fascinating.
Wow, beautiful.
This is Sonia again. I don't know if I have the background noise because of the cell phone, but
No, you're good.
all these
You're good.
Okay, so I think all these ideas, all these things that we're mentioning will become a chapter or a group. I don't know how I will call the slaughterhouse workers group, but it's kind of a labor, I will say like occupational fairness there too. So I'm thinking about that new chapter. Please help me think about that, because all the workers are always looking for better conditions. And if we have a chapter that also works on that, on somehow connecting people with jobs, I know it's going to be broad, but that's intelligence. And another chapter is, or another group is the mapping. And I am totally in agreement with supporting that. The reason is I belong to two groups. One is HeartMap. And when we have worldwide meditations for something, there is always a map that shows where are we communicating from, or where are we connecting from. And the other group I belong is Idealists of the World. And those are everywhere in almost every country, they have groups that do social work. community work. And we have a map, and we map ourselves, and we said we are in this city, in this country. And I have found other people that belong to the idealist group just looking at the map. So I think if we start creating, we have a chapter or a group for mapping resources and initiatives, it will encourage us to see how many we are and that we are everywhere. So that's my contribution. Thank you.
Love it, Sonia. Sounds like you and Melissa are thinking along very similar lines. Maybe you two could participate in that group.
Yeah,
that'd be wonderful. So it's 4:03. I just wanted to mention that in about 40 minutes, Melissa and I need to leave for the event that Melissa mentioned earlier. And but the meeting can definitely can continue, but we'll just have to take off to go to that event. And then prior to our departure, I just wanted to make sure we cover a couple of important points about, so I see there's just a lot of passion around these different topic groups or working groups, and I want to talk more about that. So I just wanted to take a little bit of a detour to talk about some of the mechanics of how do we create these topic groups or working groups? What do we call them? How do we create them? And I have one specific idea, which is that we invite people to first join us before we're a very big, before we get too big, we invite people to join us. And then from within this growing group, we say, hey, I'd love to start this. I'd love to start that. Great. Go off and start it. But it's like everyone first kind of touches base here at the hub or the base camp, if you will. And then certain search parties can go off in search of creating, a certain topic group or working group. But that's just one idea. Another way is if we have leaders here right now who say, I definitely want to start that group, who wants to support me? And then you go off and have your own meeting on that you can invite whoever you want to that, including all of us, and whoever wants to can show up. And then that group kind of figures itself out in terms of timing and scheduling and all that, and their own specific forms of outreach and all that. But then at a minimum, a representative of that group comes and checks in, say at the beginning or the first hour of the steering committee meeting, which is the default name we've given to this. So these are just ideas I'm just putting out there. But I wanted to make sure we covered that at some point before we need to take off. But I really love what we're doing with the whole envisioning thing. So maybe we should continue rolling with that. How are people feeling?
Sounds good.
Sounds good.
Mm-hmm.
Very good. This is Sonia, and I have to go. And also, so I wish everyone a very wonderful week. See you next week, guys.
Thank you so much, Sonia. Take good care.
Thank you.
This is Deborah. I have a piece I'd like to share. I don't know how it fits, but maybe I think it does come under the heading of collective intelligence. And that's, one of the things, I lived in a nice little bubble for a long time when I lived by myself. And 2 years ago, I moved in with my dad, who just turned 97 before last. And so I'm back into being in front of a television and seeing a lot of advertising and mainstream programs and things. And one of the things that really, really just like popped my eyeballs out, it just really has stuck out, is how much meat, and the meat and dairy industry is involved in advertising, and how, meat is on every table in every program that you see. Meat is on every advertising, it's, promotional everywhere. But in the advertising industry, which I know is dollars that fuels a lot of the things that are, that people in our world are dependent on. So as we shift the conversation and shift, the mindset of people, this is something, I don't know if this is something that would just like naturally shift, or if there needs to be specific focus on put on how that what on things that we can do to shift that directly, or if that will just be a byproduct. Do you know what I'm saying? I really have no clue, but it seems huge.
Yeah. I would say that fits within the topic group that we've already identified, which is cultural and spiritual transformation, right? Because this is really, our culture. We're a carnivorous culture, right?
Yeah.
And
It also is really a strong driver of the economy, though, as well. You know
sure.
what I guess? Yeah.
Yeah. No, it really cuts across. And I think we should really think hard about how we kind of chunk it out initially into these different topic groups, because they are all interrelated, right? Mm-hmm. So it's more like a focus, and that gets to the naming of it. What do we call it? Do we call them topic groups, working groups, focus groups? A focus group that has kind of a different meaning.
Oh.
But anyway, I say we just kind of chip away at it. I don't want to be like too structured, like, no, we have to talk about this topic and this other topic. I kind of want to be a little bit the opposite. And organic and let it flow. And, maybe we need to have a few meetings like this, to really formulate what are we setting out to accomplish here, so that we don't fall into some pre-made mold by accident or by default from our culture. After all, we are seeking a much broader, radical transformation, meaning to the roots of our problems, and the roots cut across culture, economic, living arrangements, traditions, diet, politics, education, our narrative, our story. Who are we? Why are we here? Right now, we're kind of, crashing and burning on a 10,000-year-old story that it's fundamentally about the aggrandizement of the individual. Mm-hmm. And how much can, how much can we hoard? How much can we own? Right. Mm-hmm. And which is really a byproduct of, the old feudal system, where you had a king. Go ahead. Yeah. Mm-hmm. Nancy?
Oh, hi. Sorry. I was thinking, I don't know how many people are on the call now, but I'd like to propose that we narrow down the topics at this point and maybe take a vote on the top 3 or 4 and focus on those that are the broader issues, or the issues that more of us would like to start working on. Because if we get too many splinter groups, I think it's going to lose strength. I'm done.
Yeah, that's a really interesting point. I think that's a necessary step at some point. I'm not sure this is the best point for that, because right now we're envisioning what is the vegan collective intelligence, and it feels to me like that still needs a bit more work, a bit more fleshing out, so that we have a clear synthesis of where we're heading. Or do people feel like we're already there and it's time to do as Nancy suggests and kind of narrow it down? I see people shaking their heads, Melissa and Deborah. Go ahead if you want to share what y'all are thinking. Melissa, Deborah.
Well, I like brainstorming, and I think this is really, it bubbles up and percolates ideas. And I think once we let all this stuff bubble and simmer, then we can start, scooping off the broth at the top, the good stuff, and narrowing it down. But maybe that's overwhelming for some people, so I just want to be respectful of that. Yeah.
Mm-hmm. Okay. And in fact, actually, one thought that I have is, if there is anyone in our group who says, hey, I'd like to take that topic and run with it, right? At any time, just like raise your hand and say, hey, would like to commit to helping lead this. Anyone else want to join me? And then y'all can, if you break away now, in fact, I'd like you to stick around for this meeting, but we can set up a time where that group can go do its thing. So, and I think that might address what you're talking about, Nancy, because you're saying, hey, let's focus on kind of the top 3. What if we let that be driven by kind of this organic process, like you were mentioning earlier?
Or you could start identifying what those are. You could. I mean,
weren't those the topic groups that we went over?
Yeah, we went through a list of about 15 topic groups, and what Nancy is saying is, hey, maybe we should narrow that down to 2 or 3.
Well, I think that some of the groups have already started from last year, and I think it's important not to leave those out of the process, but to incorporate them in, because I know like the religious ones have had several meetings, have been very active over the year, and it would be important to reach out to them rather than to start on top of them and make them feel like that they haven't begun. So I don't know if there's I know there's a list, but I don't know if there's been any actual activities in some of those groups that we can reach out to.
So what comes to mind is that we need to identify a specific person who will take on reaching out to a specific group, right? Rather than just leaving it up to the we. So I would say, just like for the formation of a topic group, for the outreach, just literally raise your hand and say, hey, I would like to reach out to this group and invite them to join with us on this collective intelligence process, right? So I propose we just do that organically.
Yeah.
Right? So Marvin, if you think of a group that you'd like the religious group, I think you'd be perfect to reach out to them. I don't want to volunteer you, but feel free to volunteer. And then,
I'm glad to take that on.
Okay, so Marvin will take on reaching out to the religious group. Does it have a name?
It is interfaith religion. I'm not sure exactly what the topic is.
Okay, but anyway, you'll take that on, and then you'll report back to us next week and let us know how that went.
Yes.
Are these vegan groups who are focused on that?
Yeah, these are groups within Vegan World who are focused on specific topics, but they're not part of the collective intelligence yet, and that's kind of the idea. And I think Suzanne, Benjamin, you had something you wanted to say?
Yeah, I was gonna kind of say the same thing, that I think one of the things is either one person needs to be responsible for reaching out to all of the Vegan World 2026 task groups, or like you said, maybe it makes sense to individually reach out to which ones you're interested in. And to that point, I'm interested in kind of the storytelling, and sometimes that's visual, sometimes it's with words or infographics. I guess that's both. But that aspect of it, and I'm not on Basecamp, so I don't know who from Vegan World 2026 is working on that, but I would like to be connected with them and maybe be responsible for bringing them to Radish too. And I wanted to hear what Nancy thought the top 3 things would be, in her opinion.
I have no idea. I would just propose it as a group vote.
Yeah.
Because it's possible that in any one of these topics, they'll overlap, you know. So hold on, I'm just getting home. Oops. So yeah, I don't know. Like I think Jamin said it's probably, maybe it is too early to do that. But what I was trying to just get more focus and not feel like we're calling up and we're kind of having a lot of conversations and bringing up a lot of ideas, but not really going deeply enough into any of them for too long. But it's definitely something I would do up to the group.
Yeah. Well, we're just kind of figuring it out. And Suzanne, did I understand correctly? You would like to help lead the storytelling group?
Well, I'm guessing someone's already like leading that task force, but I'd like to be I'd like to somehow figure out who is on that task force and talk to them, and maybe I just need to get on Basecamp. But I'd be willing to take responsibility for getting them on Radish too, and even if I'm not the leader, just connecting them with Radish.
Gotcha. Perfect. Okay. That sounds great. And so even if there is a task force already on the storytelling part, the big action item is creating a storytelling collective intelligence group that meets like we're meeting now, that records, creates a transcript of, which we're going to automate. And so we'll get all that sorted out. So that basically the storytelling group of topics is now part of the collective intelligence, and it has leadership that, organizes the meetings and whatnot. So is that what I understand when you say help them get on Radish? Okay, great. Okay, so you're willing to play a leadership role in getting. Yeah. Okay, beautiful, excellent, and that's a great example. And Marvin, circling back to you, would you also be willing to be a leader of the interfaith/religion collective intelligence working group or topic group?
Think about that.
Sure, that's fair. Okay, so you'll reach out to them, and then we'll sort out how we might go about.
Lisa Levinson is the lady who leads that group.
Okay, in Basecamp.
Yes.
Okay. Very good. All right. Okay, very good. So let's talk for a moment about actually what I was just referring to, which is what does it mean to bring a topic group into the vegan collective intelligence? So I would say, here's what I'm envisioning. What I'm envisioning is that we have a web page that has basically a menu of the different topic groups that we are developing, and that we invite people to join the collective intelligence. And when they join, please indicate which topic group you'd like to be a part of. And if that topic group is not off the ground, shall we say, in the sense that it has leadership and it has, at least one scheduled meeting in the future. So if it's essentially not quite yet in existence as a thing, are you willing to be part of the leadership of that? And and if so, please let us know when you've and we can, part of the steering committee function can be to keep track of who's wanting to be in which group. Like I have a short list of folks at the conference, at the Vegan World Conference, who said, hey, I'd like to be part of this group, or I'd like to be part of that group, or I'd like to be a part of it, but I don't know what group I'd like to be in yet. So what I'd like to do is invite all of those folks to the next steering committee meeting, right? And then we can help kind of organize people into different topic groups. And Carrie has something to say. Oh, you were just waving. Okay, that's fine. It's okay to wave. Okay, cool.
I have something to say.
Yes, please.
And I have to drop off, so I'm just gonna blurt this out and run. But you were talking about leaders. Talking to Marvin about would he be willing to take a leadership role of that role of the spirituality group, for example. Since there are already groups in existence in Basecamp that may or may not have leaders, maybe what we have is liaisons. So that can bring the information of what's going on to the specific groups back to the central hub, so that we have that continuity and that cohesiveness, but not necessarily having to take on leadership roles, but that responsibility of being the liaison.
I think that's a great idea. I think that if there's any way to integrate the two, with scheduling meetings, with, just integrating the Zoom meetings in Basecamp somehow, I think that'd be super bad.
Yeah. So we're not duplicating efforts, but we're coordinating efforts, and we're keeping continuity from what's already in existence to what's being birthed.
Beautiful. And in fact, I wanted to mention that I think most of us have gotten this email from Silas saying, hello all, please welcome Ray Kowalchuk, who is joining us as a projects coordinator to help facilitate the teams, study groups, and task forces in the Vegan World 2026. So one of us, or more than one of us, can agree to reach out to him and say, hey, here we are forming this vegan collective intelligence. We're going to want to, connect with all the groups ultimately, right? And
I'll volunteer to do that.
Oh, awesome, Benjamin. Thank you. Thank you. All right. Benjamin.
Thank you. She's.
Oh, yeah, and Deborah. Okay.
She just popped on.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Awesome. Okay. And in the chat, Anne had mentioned earlier, can we also talk about the timing for this meeting? I'm East Coast, so it's evening. Just curious what I should expect. The short answer is when we had formed at the conference, we looked at all different times throughout Monday through Friday and settled on this time, Tuesdays at 3 p.m. Pacific time, which is 6 p.m. Eastern. But we can definitely talk about that. Carrie, thank you for mentioning Jamin. Don't forget to share Dory's input from earlier. So I'll do that next. Unless we want to talk about changing the time or timing for this meeting. We don't necessarily have to have one time, but I think it is important to have a weekly meeting on this at a specific time. So, Anne, does this time work for you?
Yes. I was more curious. Is it a 1 hour, a 2 hour, a 3 hour? So I just in terms of scheduling my time and when I eat, and I get up really early in the morning, and so I was just curious about what I should expect. This works. It would not work for me to start at 9 p.m. Eastern time, 6 p.m. Pacific time would not work for me, just because I'm really slowing down at that point. But I just want to be able to schedule my time and my day. So it's more a curiosity than anything else.
Okay, gotcha. Well, I think you've answered the important question that 3 p.m. Pacific does work for you. And we went through kind of an exhaustive process.
Yes,
to ultimately land on that time. So we'll stick with that for now. But of course, it's always valid to bring that up. And I wanted to mention Dory's input.
Well, wait. So is the meeting 1 hour, 2 hours, an hour and a half, 3 hours? Like what are we?
Yeah, great question. I would say by default, especially for the earlier meetings, 2 hours by default. And I need to go in less than 20 minutes. Melissa and I need to go. Actually, and you guys are coming with us, I presume?
Yeah, something.
Okay. Anyway.
Can I just add an idea?
Yeah.
Because I think maybe if we started to structure these meetings a little bit more, because I think that as our groups are growing, we can't expect everyone to have tons of freedom to sit here and chat for 3 hours. So maybe just focusing on like the first hour is really task oriented, or we're just making sure that people are up to date, up to speed. That way, if people need to drop off, they can.
Yeah.
And then we can have like the big chunk of the kind of like powwow sesh of just envisioning things can happen maybe towards the end.
Gotcha. Okay. Who would like to work on that kind of meeting structure question?
I might like to work on that.
Yeah. Okay.
Oh, I'm happy to also.
Yeah.
Oh, Anne. Okay, great. Thank you, Anne. Okay.
No, that was nice.
Or was that Nancy, or was that Anne who said they would also like to help out with that?
That was Anne.
Oh,
that was
sorry.
Anne. Okay.
That was Anne. Good one.
Thank you. Okay. All right. So Ann and Evan.
Can I throw in one more thing in the ring really quick?
Yes, please.
Since not everybody could make the meeting time, what do you think? It was just brainstorming, throwing it out there, whatever. Alternating times, like one week have it at 3 p.m. Pacific on Tuesday, another week have it either a little earlier or something like that. That would require you or somebody sending out an email to remind everybody, like the day before or then the day of. I could help with that. Or is that a bad idea?
Who volunteered to help?
This is Nancy.
Nancy, okay.
I'm throwing out there maybe staggering the meeting time, like not having it at the exact same time so that people that can't make it now could make it the next week.
Yeah. Okay. All right. Why don't, do you want to, you want to take that on, Nancy, emailing the group?
If people, yeah, I mean, if the group agrees to it, I'm throwing it out there. I don't know if it might be a really bad idea in that right now. I might want to wait on that.
Well, I personally think it's a good idea. Maybe for now, we still plan on 3 p.m. next week, but we can keep it as an option so we can include more people in the future if that works.
Okay.
What's that tool to compare schedule?
There's a website that lets you. Everybody knows the same.
Doodle. One of them's like Doodle. Yeah. There's a couple different apps that help do scheduling. We did that as an in-person exercise, and that's how we netted out with 3 p.m. Pacific on Tuesdays. But Nancy, if you want to, maybe email the group because we particularly want to be sensitive to people who didn't make it today and other newcomers. So do you want to take that on as something that you'll explore via email with the broader group? Okay.
Yeah, happy to. Absolutely.
Okay.
And I'm going to go ahead and we'll assume that next week's meeting is at the same time so that, when I'm going to reach out to Ray and invite him to that. If that doesn't work out for him, then, we can also reassess at that point and figure out if there's an even better time.
We'll include him.
And we could do
that survey.
We can include him in that.
Yeah, I mean, it seems like Ray would be an essential person to be on this meeting weekly.
Mm-hmm.
Right? Or at least Ray to start, and then team leads of the work groups. Either maybe they could have rotating people that come and represent at the steering committee reports and updates and everything.
Yeah, absolutely. All right. Well, Benjamin will do his best to recruit Ray to be a permanent fixture here in this meeting. We'll still know all the other topic, all the different groups. All right. And I also wanted to comment on that, just kind of how we're envisioning this looking. So I talked about, basically having a list of all these topics. People will be able to join and, specify which groups they want to be a part of. And then, part of the steering committee function is just to organize all that. Welcome, Dharmendra. Glad you can join us. We might just be at the tail end here. But it's okay. In fact, even after we leave, I'm willing to just keep it rolling and for folks who want to talk, because one thing I'm noticing is there is a lot to say and a lot of passion around this. So I would say, and this is also partly in response to what was brought up a little bit ago about keeping it structured, maybe keep the first hour structured and then, open it up after that, so to speak. We certainly don't want, as we found in our earlier meeting today, the social club at the end of this world, it's very valuable to let that be long form and let it just go, right? So that folks have plenty of time to express and share. That's part of the essence of collective intelligence. But back to the envisioning of this, what I'm thinking is we can for each topic group that does exist and has leadership and schedules meetings, we can then post all of those recordings of meetings on a common place, so that people can watch them, right?
So I have a question on that, Jamin.
Yes,
so let's pretend that I'm part of a work group and I'm leading it, and I want to schedule a Zoom. Is Zoom free, or how do we access that as a group?
Yeah. So first of all, I just want to ask Nancy to mute your microphone when you're not talking. We're getting a little bit of background.
Oh, sorry.
That's okay. And so Carrie, so Zoom there is a free version of Zoom, which anyone can use, but I think they limit your meeting duration to like 40 minutes or something like that. And then I've paid for a premium version, which costs about like $150 a year. And then I can just have basically infinitely long meetings and as many of them as I want and record them and all kinds of good stuff. So, the ideal would be that the coordinators of meetings have a Zoom account, a professional one, so that they're not limited by those constraints. And we can talk about how we make that happen. Do we have a Zoom account that people can share? Do we, do we pass the hat in terms of purchasing whatever Zoom accounts we need? They have programs for groups, for organizations.
Yeah, like wouldn't it make sense that Vegan World 2026 would maybe have an account, and then we could all share that?
Yeah, in fact, Benjamin, maybe when you talk with Ray, you could find out about that. That would be awesome. Great, thank you. Okay, so we'll get that all sorted. But there is a free version, and for up to 40. And worst case, you just do 2 in a row or something like that. I'm just saying there's a way to cobble it together in the meantime. But anyway, is first of all, one very important point is everyone okay publishing these recorded meetings, on a public website, so that I see thumbs up all around. And Melissa says yes. I'd love to hear from the folks on the phone.
Yeah.
This is Marvin.
Yes, Marvin.
I'm fine with that.
Okay, great. Awesome. Thanks, Marvin. Okay.
This is Anna.
Me too. Nancy, okay.
Okay, I'm hearing yeses all the way around. If I've misunderstood anyone, please speak up. Okay, it looks like we're all good. And that's great. That's really good news, because that's, part of the essence of this is that we are sharing with the world our story and this intention of creating a vegan collective intelligence. So we'll start by publishing this recording of this meeting and future meetings by default, as well as all the topic group meetings. And then that way, when people hear about this vegan collective intelligence, they can go to the site, go to the page, and look at the different topic groups and click and play and say, well, wow, that's cool. Or skim through the transcript. And as we're working on within Radish, finding ways of creating, a synthesis of what would otherwise be a very long transcript, boil it down to a page, a half page, a paragraph, kind of different levels of synthesis. Yeah, thanks, Benjamin. So, different ways of basically making the information accessible and making it easy for people to join and, just jump in. And what better example? I mean, the vegan community is already so tight and so united, right? When I meet another vegan in the middle of Manhattan, for example, we tear off our shirts and go Kunta Kinte and we do a dance. I mean, we're just already like so connected, and that it's just like when people find out about this thing, they're just like, oh, I'm in. That's kind of how I'm envisioning it, and we want to kind of create that culture. So on 3, let's all say 1, 2, 3. Welcome to the whole world to join the Vegan Collective Intelligence. 1, 2, 3. Welcome.
Welcome.
Join us.
Yeah, you need to prompt everybody to unmute first, Jana.
Okay, well, let's try again. Everyone mute, and on 3, we're going to say 1, 2, 3. Welcome. Welcome everyone to Vegan Collective Intelligence. By default, we'll just start off kind of managing applicants through radish.org, if that works for everyone. Just sign up on radish.org, indicate that you want to be part of the Vegan Collective Intelligence, and also what specific topic areas you're most interested in, so that we can help kind of channel you accordingly. I kind of like the idea of letting everyone join this particular weekly steering group committee as a guest, their first time in, right? We can kind of give them a proper welcome and orientation, let them kind of get the feel for it. And then they can also form part of that specific topic group meeting, working group meeting, and even help lead meetings if they haven't been formed yet. And I'm also thinking that over time, we're going to be very open to new topic groups being formed, right? If someone came along and said, if a couple of people came along and said, I want to do like science fiction and veganism, I'd be like, okay. Who am I to say no, right? Anyway, so good. So I'd say for the next meeting, we want to err on the side of inviting more people rather than less. Introduce them, welcome them, and thanks to Evan and Anne and others, we will have a structured agenda for what to cover first, second, and third. And we'll have answers to some of the questions we put out there. Did want to address Dory's stuff since she was kind enough to write up some thoughts via email. Let's see. Purpose mission statement. I'll need a reminder of why the Facebook page idea came up. What would be its purpose and mission? Is it for a group or for a larger audience? I would say it's mainly for a larger audience to kind of broadcast what we're doing, because a lot of people are just on Facebook. For our group, I think Basecamp is a good or better site for people who want to be engaged, but there may be a small learning curve for the less techie. The reason I say this is at some point you may want to break down all topics into categories for input from others. I need to get on it and explore more. I love how it can store our documents, etc. A Facebook page cannot be broken down into topics, as usually it is a flat scroll by date and designed for a group just deciding to share comments. That's a really good point. I second what Dory is saying there. So let's figure out how to really get properly set up on Basecamp. Does anyone want to take that on, the Basecamp part of it? Oh, Benjamin, awesome, cool. And
yeah, I will reach out to Ray and try and help figure that out.
Wonderful, love it, awesome. Thank you, Benjamin. Okay. And then she also wrote, let's see, she likes the idea of using Facebook as a way for basically marketing and gain people to the cause. We have seen the name vegan not taken seriously by the non-vegan community often, as it is a turnoff and they click somewhere else. But for example, if it was climate healers or vegan climate healers, I doubt there would be as many followers. Suggestion of a name, maybe Climate Healers Collective Intelligence or Climate Healers Get Involved. I actually think vegan is, we're actually marketing more towards vegans who are already vegan and want to be a part of this, rather than trying to convince people to go vegan necessarily, though that would be maybe one topic group, right? But as a whole, we are vegans talking with other vegans, working stuff out as vegans, I would say, and I'm seeing that resonate. Thank you, Carrie. Thank you, Benjamin. Let's see. And then she wrote about something about Facebook trolls. It's easy to keep off trolls. Okay, but that's for Facebook. And we can just do that with admins. And then Facebook website user agreements. If the Facebook page is private, it also needs agreements by the users. But I'm thinking probably a more public group. Well, anyway, does somebody want to just take on the whole Facebook thing and kind of figure that out? Somebody who's preferably facile with Facebook, so we can. Okay, do you want to lead up?
What do you want to do with Facebook?
Just figure it out. Like, do we want to set up a page? Should it be public? Should it be private?
Yeah, we could talk about that.
Okay, so Melissa's volunteering to work on that, and if anyone wants to join Melissa, just say so.
You can make it real pretty.
I do want to say, Jamin, this is Carrie.
Yes, Carrie.
Vegan World 2026 has a Facebook page, right?
Yeah. Okay.
So
Use that.
I don't know if we want to have another one or if we want to just build on that one. I mean, it's just
Mm.
I
just
don't
a-
think you should get another one. Just go
Yeah.
on that one if it's
Okay.
possible. Gets
Okay.
too many stuff then.
Yeah,
Too much.
we're trying. Yeah.
Too fragmented otherwise.
Okay. So by default, we'll build on that one. Okay.
Right, you can do a group, basically. If Vegan World 2026 is a page,
Mm.
you can create a group from that page, and so that it will
Okay.
be connected but separate. So I think that's how it works.
Okay.
Yeah, that's a
Gotcha.
good idea.
Gotcha. Okay. Very good.
I feel like that's more in line with this vision of everybody teaming up. thing,
Yeah,
right?
absolutely.
Yeah. Totally.
Yeah.
All right. Well, I need to get rolling, but the meeting doesn't need to end just because I need to get rolling. So if other folks want to hang on, indicate so at this point.
Jamin, you're leaving?
Yes, sir. I've got a talk to give with Melissa at a public.
Oh, okay. Oh, right. You're going to do that. All right. I wish I could have participated more, but I'm eating. That's why I have my screen blank.
No problem.
I came in too late to jump on this, but I want to throw something into your mind real quick before you go, since we're diversifying. I would like to see, based on the last week, the later meeting after the regular social club last week, where we got into some deeper stuff with Benjamin and Suzanne and Nolan and Evan and you and I and Melissa and Amira.
Yeah.
And Dolly came in for a little bit. Something along those lines that we might want to create something like that we can open up and evolve and develop, because I think that would be a really quintessential and really radically fun and, a gas to do. So I'm just throwing that out of your mind. That's it.
Okay, I'm just going to put that under the banner of a collective intelligence of a vegan CI. What does it mean? Going deeper and all that. Really focusing on the collective intelligence.
Why don't you use my term that I shared with you that I gladly allow you to use, accelerated collective evolution, because that's what veganism is going to do to the collective consciousness.
That's it. That's great.
It's simple.
Super nice.
Accelerated collective evolution, please. I hand it to you.
Thank you. I accept. Okay. All right. Noted. Awesome. Okay. Well, I'm going to let it roll by default. So anyone who wants to hang on and keep talking can do so. We'll let it keep recording unless people want it to stop recording. In which case, say so now, because I've got to head out the door here pretty quick.
We got to get.
Hey, Benjamin and Suzanne.
Hey.
I was able to talk with Nolan and Evan earlier in the week and asked them how it went with them after we had the.
Or one of you can stay. Another
Absolutely.
could
I think it'd be great because it's going to be an open discussion.
Yeah, I was just going to go open because apparently we're done with the vegan part, and I just kind of wanted to jump into something. If you guys are okay with that, Benjamin and Suzanne.
Yeah, we just have we
have a little bit of time.
A little bit of time.
Yeah.
That's all it's going to take. I just wanted feedback on how you guys felt the next day after and the day after. And I got a little sharing from Jamin and Nolan and Evan already from that. And then after you guys go, Nolan and Evan, if you guys want to hang a bit, I'll hang with you. You guys are fun.
I think they're coming with us to the limit change talk.
Yeah.
Well, you guys go and rip that one then.
Yeah.
Yeah.
You guys stay and rip this one.
Hi, Melissa.
Dharmendra, I do want to talk at some point soon. And I need to get your phone number.
Okay, you ready? Or you know what? I'll give it to you in private for now.
Yeah, probably better.
I really don't know everybody, and not that I care, but not that it's probably a big deal at all. But all right, I'll send it to Jamin. That's what you're under. Okay, here it comes.
Yeah.
Well, I gotta write it
Great
out.
seeing you guys.
Yeah.
Talk later.
Take care, Melissa.
Bye.
Okay, there we go. It's just you guys.
I just wanted to say goodbye too. See you next week.
Bye.
Bye.
Yeah. Bye. This is Nancy signing off too. See you guys next week.
Bye, Nancy.
Bye, Nancy.
Thanks for coming.
Bye.
See you guys.
All right. There we go. No, I just wondered how you guys felt the next day. Everybody had a very different response. And so it really on just the basic level, you know, physically, emotionally, mentally.
Yeah.
I don't know. I felt very different. I don't know if I have a word for it. I'll spend some time trying to think of the right word. I felt changed, and like I missed seeing everyone's little squares on Zoom. I liked the experience, and it feels like familiar already in a way, and I don't know. What did you think?
That's a good answer. Thank you. I liked it.
Yeah, I definitely felt like at a certain point in the meeting, the vibrations changed and everybody just started jamming, and it felt very musical to me.
Wow.
It felt like everybody was contributing what they were there to contribute, and it was just I can't explain. It felt like a higher vibration, and I definitely felt that it continued after the conversation. It just felt like there was this buzzing coming from within me, that it inspired Suzanne and I to continue conversations about what we talked about. It inspired new conversations. Yeah, it was a lot of fun. I had a lot of fun.
Yeah,
that's a really great answer, because normally when I've done stuff like that in the past, we don't just end, but you know, we're getting used to this platform and way of communicating. But normally we'd spend a good half hour to an hour just coming back into normal speed again. A lot of times when you do that, you get a lot of insights about things. When you do, you catch stuff on the way back down. That's how I call it, when you downscale after upscaling. It sounds like you guys did that kind of naturally by sharing a lot of and keeping alive some of the things we were, talking about while it was happening. And the other thing, Suzanne, when you mentioned it felt familiar, the neat thing about Essence is it always is familiar, because it's what we really are. It's not something that we have to go out and get or find or acquire. It is the true us. That's why I keep mentioning Essence all the time, even in the other meetings, to hopefully plant some seeds in people that eventually, that's why I mentioned it tonight to James. And could we create that kind of a meeting space? Because that is it's like you said, Benjamin, it is just jamming. It's always jamming. Every time you get into it, it's jamming, and it's always different. It's always new. Like really creative musicians, I guess, you would get together, and if you were really like masterful, you could every time create something new and unusual, just going on your whatever. I don't know that much about music, so I don't know the right terms to use, but I could speak about it in terms of movement. But you get the point. So I just the feedback on what you shared, it just tells me that it seems like it was well received, because those are things that over thousands of hours of doing it in the past with people that came, those are real. Those kind of things came up a lot. What you shared, and that's all. It's kind of nice sometimes to be able to share that stuff.
Yeah.
I didn't want to go ahead and start another one or do anything like that, because I know you guys got to go. So. But I just that was it.
I will also share that in the moment, I felt like nervous too, or like I still feel like I have a lot of progress I can make, I guess. And I felt that very acutely last time, in my discomfort with sharing everything as openly as I know I can. But even that was,
it was revealing.
Yeah, and fun in its own way, the discomfort,
Yeah, it is. That's why that space is so unique, because you really can't make a mistake. It's not about that. It's because once you're, you know, tuning into your authenticity, because to me the word authenticity is your channel to your essence. And I don't want to keep repeating essence all the time. There's lots and lots and lots of an infinite number of other words that can describe the nuances of what your experience is when you know when you're in essence. Essence is a huge thing. It's basically, you know, the everything from its source, from its core. That's why it's always different every time too, because you're always going to come into it from a different place. And essence will kind of distill that wherever you came from. It will distill that, and that's how you, and that's a lot how you grow your essence, how you become more mature in your essence. Because most people, they lose touch with their essence when they're little kids. That's why we love little babies and kids, because they're pure essence. Then they lose touch with it as they grow up. But if we can do it like this, we can actually do what I think, in my opinion, is what we should have done, all of us humans, when we came here, and that was to not only grow outwardly and tackle the world, but to grow inwardly and become more wise while we're doing it. So you know, that's all. I just unless either one of you have anything more you want to share, I just wanted a quick touch base. Since that, I know that's a new thing. It was a new thing for everybody to jump like that. I mean, it's not new because it's been being done for thousands of years by people who have that capacity to do that. But it's just a little different, the format I use to do it. It's very informal, and it's very supportive of people also taking responsibility for that and owning it, and also coming from that space instead of just sitting there like and kind of like sucking it, and rather than contributing. You know what I mean?
Mm-hmm. Mm-hmm.
Like the old way of doing it, the master disciple. The disciple sits there and acts stupid while the master distributes his essence to everybody, and after decades, you know, whatever. But I just don't think that's the way it works anymore. I think the whole background frequency has changed, and I think it's much more user-friendly to a collective, to more than just one person being the know-it-all and everybody else being the dum-dum.
Well, on that note, we just wanted to also say thank you for sharing everything that you shared with us, and that experience, sharing that experience with us. It felt like we were very lucky to be there.
Yeah, well, you were meant to be there because you were there, and obviously you were really open and receptive because you aligned with it really well, and some of the things that occur when that experience is honest and sincere, you shared. You can't fake it, can't make that up. So that's cool. Okay, so that's it. So that's why I hope we can do more of it.
Us too.
Yeah. And then, I guess we'll just have to figure out how we schedule more of these. I don't know. Yeah.
I mean, we'll definitely be at the next social club, but we're gonna expand upon these meetings. Would you like to be involved in all of the vegan collective intelligence meetings?
I have to see how that works for me, because I work so much that the time I have off is, I mean, I want to, my sense is I want to, but I don't know how yet.
Yeah, absolutely.
Because from what it sounds like, it's going to require some time outside of work to do properly. Because I can do the social club at work, and I can do the other thing at home. I will not do that at work. But to do stuff which is neither at home or at work, which is out there where I'm having to have extra time, that I'm going to have to, I don't know how I'm going to do that yet.
But the stuff that you said you could do at home, is that more of the essence?
Yes, that's what I'm, that's stuff.
So maybe
that's my answer. My answer is that's what I'm willing to do more of right now.
Yeah.
We can make that happen.
Cool.
Yeah, that's where I want to that's what I want to jump into more. That's why I threw it out to Jamin the way I did, and it can be couched in the vegan thing because I really love the way the vegan and the spiritual are just so naturally intertwined. They just work well. They just work well together. And the people I meet that are vegan, it's like Jamin said, it's like you already kind of know them, even if you don't know them. And that's how it was for me on my spiritual path with people that I were into similar things that I was into. It was just, it's like it didn't matter where I went in the world. I was always welcome through that particular, you know, thing I was connected, community, however you want to call it. It was worldwide. And so I was always welcome wherever I went, whether I knew a person or not. I just said, I'm so-and-so, and I'm connected with this. And they'd go, oh, me too. Okay, you can come for a stay a day, you know, whatever. Because I used to travel just here and there like a homeless wanderer for many years. So. But I had a lot of skills, so I could always pay my way. It was not like I ever, you know, I always paid my way. I was never a scavenger or a vampire or any of that, or a leech or any of those things.
Yeah.
Okay, so it was lovely talking to you. So that's my answer. I would, for me to go more to give where I want to give. It's pretty clear. It's going to be about that kind of thing. The more toward the essential, natural, spontaneous kind of and play, you know, kind of thing.
So we'll be in touch. I think we have. We'll be able to get your contact through Jamin, right?
Here, I'll send it to you now. I'll just send you so you can send me texts and stuff if you want to. Hang on.
Sure.
I'm going to send it through the chat box.
Great.
And when you call, does your name come up, one of you two, so I know it's you, so I don't ignore you? Because otherwise I don't answer phones of numbers of people I don't know. So actually,
no, you,
here, why don't I give you my number? No,
yeah, okay. Yeah, there's mine.
Got it.
There we go. I'll send you a text right now.
Oh, there you go. That's how you do it. Yeah, send me the text with this number. Otherwise, I was going to put it on a notepad on my computer, but it'd be easier if you just send me a text. All right. Let me make sure I got it over there. All right, so
yeah.
All right, send.
There it is. Right.
All right. So we're gonna head off and get some food.
Good.
Stuff.
Excellent.
And thank you again for your time, and we'll talk to you soon.
Yeah, we'll play some more. We'll play some more journeys into the wherever it goes.
Sounds good.
All right. Bye.
Bye.
Take care.
what? Are you still contemplating?